We have a roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Krupa.
Here.
Councilmember Males. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Meyer.
Here.
Mayor Lilienthal.
Here.
All members are present.
So at this time, members of the public may only comment on an item appearing on the agenda. Please adhere to the following. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments should be directed at the council as a whole and not directed at any individual council member, city clerk, or any registered speakers.
There are no registered speakers.
So now we're going to proceed to closed session.
Yeah. Good luck. No ears. I'll see you. Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the May 24th, 2022 regular city council to order. And I'd like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website and by Zoom teleconference. City clerk, can we have a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Brown? Here. Councilmember Krupa? Councilmember Males? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Meyer? Here. Mayor Lilienthal?
Here.
All members are present.
Okay, at this time, we're going to have the invocation done by Chris Engel, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance with Councilmember Brown.
Thank you so much. I want to say this before I pray. I've heard recently people say that Riverside County is the Texas of Southern California. And so with that in mind, we have some prayer that we need to lift up for the people of West Texas, especially Abbott Elementary School. I just saw the report on my way over here that 18 children were killed today at that school. And so let's remember them as we pray today. Okay, let's pray. Lord, I just want to come to you tonight, Lord, and ask that you would be with the family, the teachers, the loved ones, the community leaders there in West Texas at Abbott Elementary School. We ask, God, that you would just overwhelm them with your presence, that your peace and your comfort would characterize their lives tonight, Lord, and that you would help them, Lord, to have some peace in the midst of this tremendous challenge. We know, God, that you have told us in your word that you sit on the throne, that you place kings and individuals in authority, that you are in ultimate control. And so sometimes we see these tragedies happen, and it's difficult for us to make sense of them. But we want to be reminded today, God, that you are ultimately in control and that you love us. And that though evil persists in the world, and we do see it, Lord, we're living in a challenging time. And we're living in a time, Lord, where our nation and the people in our nation are divided. And so even in the midst of these times, Lord, we want to be reminded that you are there. And so we turn to you and we ask, God, that you would grant us your blessing. Would you bring us together, Lord? Would you grant us unity? Would you give us your thoughts and your wisdom? And so I pray for our city council tonight, Lord, that you would bless them, that you would grant them this kind of wisdom that comes only from above. And so we pray a special blessing on this meeting tonight, and we pray it all in Jesus' name. Amen. Please join me as we salute the flag of our nation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Attorney, can we get a report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. For the items on closed session, there's no reportable action at this time. And then I did want to just note, for the record, that we did have a work study scheduled for 6 o'clock. And my understanding was that the mayor was going to place those items on the discussion calendar for later in the meeting, once we get through the ceremonial matters.
All right, with that being said, we're going to move to publications from the community or general public. 3-minute per person time limit on general public comments on non-public hearing items. And all who wish to speak should be recognized by the mayor. And for those who join by Zoom, you'll be asked to raise your hand if you want to speak. Please state your name and the item you're commenting on. Right now, we're going to do items on the agenda. Are there any registered speakers right now?
Thank you, Mayor. There's no registered speakers, but I'd like to call it on the Zoom call. If you're attending on the Zoom call, now is the time to raise your hand and we'll unmute you and you'll be live with the City Council. We'll give you just a few moments. Seeing none, Mayor, there's no public comment.
Are there any public slips filled out?
No public comment at all. Thank you.
And then, Mayor, just because we did start a couple minutes early, I'm going to recommend that after the proclamations section, that you check once more in case somebody shows up at 7 and wanted to make a public comment.
We'll now move to items not listed on the agenda. Are there any registered speakers?
Registered speakers, Mayor.
Okay, now we're going to move to presentations. Today we have National Bike Month, Military Appreciation Month, Mental Health Awareness Month, Conservation Appreciation, Memorial Day Proclamation, and Parental Alienation. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Okay. So whereas the bicycle is a healthy, convenient, financially and environmental sound form of transportation and an excellent tool for recreation and enjoyment of Hemet's scenic beauty, local attractions, and friendly neighborhoods. How many of us have ever had our shins hit by the pedal? Whereas throughout the month of May, the residents of Hemet and its visitors will experience the joys of bicycling through educational programs, commuting events, bike to school day, trail work days, helmet promotions, charity events, races, and simply by getting out and enjoying a ride. Whereas throughout the month of May, the residents of Hemet and its visitors will experience the joys of bicycling through educational programs, commuting events, bike to school day, trail work, helmet promotions, charity events, races, and simply by getting out and going for a ride. And Hemet's road and trail systems attract bicyclists each year, providing economic, health, transportation, tourism, and scenic benefits. Creating a bicycling friendly community has been shown to improve citizens' health, well-being, and quality of life, growing the economy of Hemet, attracting tourism dollars, improving traffic safety, supporting student health and learning, and reducing pollution, congestion, and beyond YouTube. Congestion and wear and tear on our streets and roads. Whereas these groups are also promoting general public awareness of bicycle operation and safety education in an effort to reduce collisions, injuries, and fatalities, and improve health and safety for everyone on the road. Therefore, myself, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May as National Bike Month. This is going over to the owner of the store by Lemongrass. Yes. Could I have my father for parental alienation come up? He's not here.
Josh Diaz, if you're in the crowd.
Okay. Whereas parental alienation, sometimes called hostile aggressive parenting, is a behavior by a parent or an adult a child trusts that could create alienation in the relationship between a child and a parent. Parental alienation, whether verbal or nonverbal, can cause a child to be mentally manipulated or bullied into believing a loving parent is the cause of all of their problems. And most researchers believe that any alienation of a child against a parent is harmful to the child's emotional and mental health. And extreme obsessive, ongoing parental alienation can cause terrible psychological damage to children extending well into adulthood. And whereas if more people know about how parental alienation works and how damaging these behaviors are to children, then more people can help deal with the problem. And Parental Alienation Awareness Day is intended to increase the knowledge and understanding of this problem and helps parents and caregivers better raise their children. Therefore, myself, along with the Hemet City Council, do proclaim April 25th. And this was supposed to be last month, but we wanted to honor this father. That's probably why he couldn't make it today. But we wanted to declare that April 25th was Parental Alienation Awareness Day. And so to recognize the importance of raising awareness on the severity of parental alienation. I can't tell you how many kids I have seen and are seeing right now where they feel like they're being alienated by one or more parents, because sometimes they have both stepfather and finally, Nicole, can I have Nicole come? Nicole's going to be receiving this on behalf of NAMI. So whereas Mental Health Awareness Month is part of a nationwide effort in the month of May to eliminate the stigma and discrimination surrounding mental health challenges and to increase awareness of tools and resources to prevent such challenges and reduce the symptoms. And 1 in 5 adults experiences mental health problems in any given year, and 1 in 20 adults experiences serious mental illness. And mental health is a part of overall health and helps to sustain an individual's thought process, relationships, productivity, and ability to adapt to change or face adversity. Like other diseases, mental health illnesses can be successfully treated, and thus we must build an open dialogue that encourages support and respect for those struggling with mental illnesses. The City of Hemet joins individuals, families, and organizations such as NAMI in increasing awareness and understanding of mental health illness, improving the array of mental health services for all ages, and ensuring those who are struggling to know they are not alone. Now, therefore, myself, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2022 as Mental Health Awareness Month in the City of Hemet and encourage citizens, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools to learn more about mental health to increase awareness and wellness of mental health illnesses.
So erasing the stigma, that's what we're really about. So many times we look at that person that's walking down the street and we say, ooh, well, those are the ones, that's the stigma we need to erase. So please join with us this month with Mental Health Awareness Month. And thank you so much.
Not to embarrass you, but sir, the one that just walked in, is your name Josh? Okay. All right. Moving on.
The next proclamation we have this evening is Military Appreciation Month. Whereas the city of Hemet is home to more than 6,000 veterans, active duty members, guards, and reservists and their families, and whereas these families sacrifice along with their loved ones in service to the values, principles, and security of the United States, and whereas community members, businesses, military posts, and other organizations are encouraged to recognize military members and their loved ones with special events such as family activities, community gatherings, sporting events, retail discounts, and other forms of special recognition throughout the entire month of May. And whereas military-connected nonprofit groups, veteran service organizations, and other military service providers, both public and private, are encouraged to band together to honor and serve our military families and their loved ones during the month of May. Now, therefore, Mayor Malcolm Lilienthal, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2022 as Military Appreciation Month, to recognize the importance of the many sacrifices made by our veterans, service members, wounded warriors, their families, and their survivors, as well as the vast network of organizations that serve these heroes across our city, state, and nation. Presented today, May 24th, 2022. So we have a commander of our local American Legion post present here, so I would like to present this to Joe Males.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Again, Memorial Day is coming up Monday. We'll be having an event at San Jacinto Cemetery. So if you'd like to come, it'll be at 9 in the morning. And remember, Memorial Day is for those who gave their all. So thank you. Thank you, sir.
And speaking of Memorial Day, our next proclamation is exactly for that. So whereas Memorial Day is an American holiday observed on the last Monday of May, honoring the women and men who died while serving in the U.S. military. And whereas originally known as Decoration Day, it originated in the years following the Civil War and became an official federal holiday in 1971. Many Americans observe Memorial Day by visiting cemeteries or memorials, holding family gatherings, and participating in parades. And whereas our women and men in uniform have sacrificed their lives to maintain the security of our great nation and liberties we hold dear, and whereas we must pledge to never forget the women and men of the armed forces who gave their lives in defending our freedoms. Now, therefore, Mayor Malcolm Lilienthal, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim May 30th, 2022 as Memorial Day, and encourages the citizens of Hemet to recognize this day in honoring the women and men who paid the ultimate sacrifice in defending our freedoms. May is a busy month. So the last one we have is Environmental Conservation Month. Whereas the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, was signed into law, ushering in a new era of environmental awareness and citizen participation in government. Whereas we celebrate this milestone in our nation's rich history of conservation, and we renew our commitment to preserving our environment for the next generation of Americans. Whereas America's economic health and prosperity are inexorably linked to the productive and sustainable use of our environment, whereas our nation and our city's long-term prosperity depends upon our faithful stewardship of the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the land we sow. Whereas with smart, sustainable practices such as limiting lawn watering to 5 minutes, limiting electricity use during peak hours, and recycling, we can meet our responsibility to future generations of citizens so that they may enjoy the beauty and utility of a clean and healthy city. Therefore, Mayor Malcolm Lilienthal, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May as Environmental Conservation Month, presented this day, May 24th, 2022. And I guess this goes to everybody.
We will now
Thank you, Mayor.
move to video presentations. First, the highlight reel of recent accomplishments in Hemet, followed by a video presentation demonstrating the new permit tracking portal. All right, at this time, I'm going to reopen public comment back up since we started a little earlier, and I'm going to call Jerry Ann Franklin.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, City Council. The reason I came here tonight, and I wish it was more positive, but I came to complain about CityNet because so far I have not seen them do anything, and I am not one to be pushed around or anything like that. But yesterday I had a gentleman get in my face 3 times as I said, no, I do not want you to wash my windows. And there are 2 of them out there. One of them has been down in Temecula. One walks around with backpack on his back and has the window washer that he carries around with him. I know exactly what he does, and he steals the stuff. I've watched him do it, and I told him to stay away from me. It was outside of Sprouts. There was a young lady that he then went up to, and he started harassing her. She went inside and got the Sprout security. I almost called the police, but it wasn't a threatening situation. It was just blatantly obnoxious. On my way here tonight, there was a lady sitting on a bus stop, and she had her carts were filled with bags of trash. I'm sorry, but CityNet is supposed to be out there helping clean this up and helping to get rid of the trash and all of help the homeless. Now, I've dealt with CityNet in the past. They should have vans out there. They should be working with these people. They should be taking them in, interviewing them, finding them. Not everybody wants to be saved. I understand that. But on the other side of the coin, if they're not making themselves visible, then the homeless aren't going to get out of the way. The homeless aren't going to think there's an option. And the homeless also don't need to think that they can do anything they want. And they don't have the right to invade my space. They don't have the right to invade a 20-year-old space. And they certainly don't have the right to be sitting on a park bench with all of their belongings in trash bags and leaving carts all over the place filled with trash. So that's my complaint for the night. And I'm very sorry to be so negative about it, but I think the council needs to know you need to get a hold of CityNet and tell them they need to step it up, because the city paid a lot of money for their services and they need to do right by this city. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your comments, Ms. Jerry-Ann. I want everybody to remember to always call the police department to let them know of anything. Don't make the decision not to call the police department, because if they don't know, then they can't do anything about it. Always reach out. Next, we're going to move to receive and file. Are there any questions regarding this item? Can we receive this? So next, we're going to move to consent calendar. All consent calendar items will be acted upon simultaneously unless an item is pulled.
I'd like to pull 15G and 15H.
Any others?
15D. When did you pull, Joe?
G and H.
G and H. Okay, I had both of those. $15L. On 15M, were we supposed to be getting a visual update on third quarter budget?
third quarter fiscal year, or just to review what was in our file, in our packet?
What number was that?
15M.
M.
Or was Lorena going to actually give us an update, or? No, 15M. She's nodding her head.
Yes, staff's gonna.
So
give
I
a
will
report.
pull that one. So I think that takes care of just about all of them, doesn't it? Yeah, okay.
Almost. One left.
So right now, do you have 15D, 15G, H, and L?
And M, yes, yes, Mayor.
L and M.
Do I have, can I have a motion to approve the rest?
I'll make a motion to approve the rest.
I'll second that.
Council, please cast your votes. And this motion is to approve the consent calendar with the removals of items 15D, G, H, L, and M for separate consideration. And that motion passes 5-0.
Okay, let's start with 15D.
Okay, I just have a quick question on that because I didn't have the actual investment policy in front of me. But one of the comments that was made was that our policy states that so long as an item or was purchased that when it was purchased, it had a rating of an A, that was okay and it would pass audit. However, I don't recall in the investment policy itself, does it state the disposition of that particular investment when it falls below an A rating?
Mayor, perhaps I could address that briefly. And again, I don't have the investment policy in front of me either. I was present at the Investment Oversight Committee meeting where that item was discussed. In addition to the issue you noted as to rating at time of purchase versus being downgraded
Right.
after the fact, our investment advisors also noted that there are multiple rating agencies. There's not just one.
Correct.
And our policy allows, so long as any of the rating agencies are rating it at a certain level, it's still within our guidelines and within our policy. And so that was a conversation that our investment advisors are having with the auditors to make sure that they're on the same page with their interpretation. Our investment advisors interpreted the policy to mean so long as there is another agency that keeps the rating up, then it would still be within policy. And they felt that they didn't feel that it was without policy even now, not just when it was purchased.
Right. And I agree with that. My further question is, do we have or should we have something in our policy that then states if all of the rating agencies downgrade it below an A, that it is automatically disposed of, sold, divested from, or is that something that is just discretionary on the part of the investment firm? Because that should be a regular point that if it falls, then it's gone from our portfolio.
That's a good question. My recommendation would be for the council to direct staff to investigate whether an amendment to the policy would be appropriate and to bring that back to the Investment Oversight Committee, who reviews all potential changes to the policy before bringing it to the council. I know that we're probably due to bring back simply for review and reapproval the policy by the end of this calendar year.
Right.
So perhaps it could be something that's included in that update if it's not urgent. But if it comes back to the Investment Oversight Committee and the committee decides this is an urgent matter, although no current investments would meet that criteria, we could certainly bring it ahead faster. That'd be my recommendation, to refer that to
If
staff.
we could direct staff to look into that and then bring it to the Investment Oversight Committee and we can deal with it there, that would be fantastic.
Next, let's go to 15G.
Reason for pulling it? We have too many complaints with companies that are trying to either modify or make changes at their businesses or open businesses. And for some reason, these companies go out there, we get one inspector or someone that's going to permit something for a company, and they say one thing, the other company goes out the next time to approve something, and then they basically say that there's wasn't any reason for the previous one to ask for these permits. And then they come up with a whole new list of permits that they need or required for the company to move forward. It's just too cumbersome for the businesses out there. So we need to figure out what we're going to do, whether, we hire somebody or hire another company or hire just one company instead of multiple companies.
Meantime, while we're looking, do you suggest that we continue with these?
Well, what we can do is if we can continue on, instead of contracting with them, just continue having them come out until we can figure out what we're going to do on this end at the city, because it's just causing too many problems for our businesses out there. It takes some extra months before they can open their business or get something going or get something changed within their business, and it's just not working. Too many complaints.
And I think like kind of what you're talking about is with our police department, with our fire department, we have a level of service that we expect as a council. And I think if we compare it to our department, to our planning department, it's the same thing. We want a level of service that is going to meet the needs of the developers in our city. And I think we need to come up with a plan for G&H that can consolidate this and make it into some seamless idea. As it is right now, if we approve G&H, we're going to be $35,000 short in our budget because it doesn't ask for the allocation. So we couldn't necessarily approve both of these and stay within the parameters of what has already been allocated in our budget for this anyways. So if we want to let them continue, I don't know, with our city attorney, if we just let them continue with the contracts that are in place and maybe come up with a plan and bring it back to council?
Sure. So my understanding of these two contracts is that they're being administered by the Community Development Department. They're primarily funded out of fees that are collected by the city to do the work. So it may be necessary to do a budget amendment, but I believe you'll see a corresponding increase on the revenue side to offset the expenditures. And this is, I think, related to simply there being more development in the city and business permitting activity than was anticipated at the time of the budget. If you're looking for a recommendation on immediate action, I think that if you don't increase the expenditure authorized under these contracts, then the city can no longer utilize these contractors to do the work. Obviously there's work that needs doing. But I think if you wanted to, for instance, approve these increases and give staff direction to pursue maybe an RFP for these type of services, that could be something that's looked at. Looks like the community development director is raring to go.
If I could add to that, and I agree with both of you. And sometimes when you use more than one contractor and you're right, one inspector goes out and says everything is fine, and the next inspector goes out and says, oh, I see this and I see this and I see this. So here's your change order, and it just gets confusing and redundant and a really pain in the butt for developers and people wanting to open their businesses.
Companies that they should have been open a month ago and they're still out there trying to get their permits.
Correct. And
So-
I think maybe in a better internal coordination and to keep, as we had talked about, a concierge program, that if you start out with this inspector and this person, you keep that person through your entire project so that they know what's going on instead of having new eyes on it that can cause absolute confusion. There you go.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. So what you have before you is two different contracts. And the reason why it was set up that way in the past is because we didn't have enough available folks that can do the plan check from one contractor. So we added a second contractor for that. To address Councilman Mayo's concern, what we're doing now is at plan check 2, if there are any corrections, then we sit down with the applicant, go over each one of those one by one to make sure that that gets cleared. So it doesn't go to third check or fourth checks on that. As well as we're training now the permit techs to do lighter, smaller plan checks in-house, as well as the building official that would do plan checks in-house. So that portions of the lighter plan checks can be done here at the city hall, and it doesn't have to be farmed out to the consultants.
Well, I would like to make a motion to direct staff to come up with a new plan for how things are run downstairs, because I get too many phone calls and I'm not paid to be a plan checker or a permit babysitter. And I am not in the position to give advice on building. That's not my training. And so I think that we should direct staff to come back with a plan. Chief Boost, if you can bring back a plan, maybe go out to RFP and figure out something that can make this seamless. We don't need to have a black eye in our city as being known for hard to do or hard to open businesses at. And I think
That's
we
what
have
we're
that right
getting.
now.
That's what we're getting.
Yeah, we have that right now. So if we want to continue, I think we can pick one of these and continue with one until, but they're not asking for a budget appropriation on these. So they're just asking for approval for both.
If I may add, the mid-year budget was, I believe, approved for 172,000 for this purpose. And of that, 102,000 will go towards CSG, and the remainder will go towards 2 different contractors. One would be the HR Green, which we have the current contract with the acting building official, and the remainder of that 20,000 will go towards the 4-Leaf. 4-Leaf is the only contractor right now providing the inspection portion of the service. Both CSG and 4-Leaf does plan checks, but 4-Leaf is the only one that provides the inspection portion. And currently we don't have any in-house inspectors at this time. We're under recruitment.
And can
So
we
with
just go with 4-Leaf then, since they do both?
We can, but right now we have some outstanding plan checks that are being done through CSG. So we have to complete those contracts out or those plans out. Otherwise, you have the similar situation that it's been reviewed by CSG and then now it'll go to 4-Leaf and you may have different.
So how many
comments and
open
conditions.
contracts do they have, or
I'm not sure I could get that number for you, but they're equally distributed for all the plan checks that we get.
can we just close or finalize the ones that are open for CSG and then continue on with 4-Leaf with both
Sure,
options?
we can contract out and finish it to the end of June, and then after that, it's up to your pleasure.
Yeah. Something. we
And
have to do
HR
some-
Green wasn't mentioned in these presentations. So
I'm sorry.
HR Green wasn't mentioned in these as any of the comparisons in this.
So the HR Green was under 50,000, and we needed someone in right away. So the city manager made that call.
Okay, so we're using 3 different companies?
Correct, right now, because they just don't have enough people from one company to provide all the services that we need.
All right, well, as long as we approve what needs to be done to complete the items that are in progress and then come back with a robust plan.
Sure, absolutely.
Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, HP did, make sure I'm understanding this correctly. 4-Leaf is the only contractor that is providing the inspection service?
That is correct.
And do you know how many different inspectors they have that would go out into the field?
Right now, we have one dedicated inspector for builders. So these are exact money that the builders make a deposit to the city so that they'll have a dedicated inspector for their projects alone. So we have one inspector dedicated to builders. So I believe it's D.R. Horton, Richmond, and Lennar who has a dedicated inspector. And then we have a secondary inspector that does combination of commercial and residential. And then we have the acting building official from 4-Leaf, HR Green, that's overseeing the operation right now.
Yeah, and not having any firsthand, but what I'm gathering, it sounds like that's where things are breaking down, is that there's a lack of continuity between what one inspector sees and says needs to be addressed, and then maybe the follow-up inspection is done by somebody different who might sign off on the things that were done, but in the process of inspecting sees something else that the first inspector didn't see. So I think that's where the issue really comes into play. So I think continuity is, as Linda mentioned, a that word, concierge approach, I think, is what we're really striving for.
Absolutely.
All right, my understanding to move forward on staff to move forward with a possible RFP, more consistency, efficiency, like a concierge service regarding the plan checks and things like that. So that'll be the direction for us. Thank you.
Need a motion.
Thank
though.
you.
Okay, so we have made a motion to direct staff to bring back an RFP, and then for us to, if we make these approvals, we're approving, right, we're approving both of these?
No, we're allowing them to close, I thought, the open incidents.
Right, because if we approve both of these, we're $35,000 short in our budget appropriations.
We'll approve the 5G then and
So which one do you want, 4-leaf or CSG?
4-leaf because they do both.
I think we have to approve both of these contracts because it takes us through the end of June, and it also, the appropriations come back from the developers. So it's not out of the budget.
Yeah, that's my understanding. We still have open contracts and we still have to move forward. Otherwise, we're just,
Then we will really get a black
Yeah,
mark.
we're
Do we
gonna-
need to add in our $35,000 budget appropriation? Because otherwise we're going out of budget if we approve both of these right now.
No,
The 172,000 for this account, and you referenced this account in both staff reports.
correct, because there was 172,000 that was approved under that account.
Mhm.
So 102,000 will go towards CSG to finish out their contract until
But
end
if
of June.
if you do the math and subtract both of these, we're $35,000 short.
Correct. So we're transferring money from one of our divisions, professional services to cover those
So
expenses.
you're gonna bring that back to council then?
To transfer over with
Yeah,
the same?
what we've been doing is when there's changes in the budget document, we bring it back for council to approve, even if it's from one line item to another in a department. That's been our practice in the last year. We haven't been doing that because I'm sure I could find the video that we said that we would be doing that.
well, my understanding is that designated allocated funding is for CSG and for LEAF. Is that correct?
The 172,000 is, yes.
And so that's actually designated, and then it's like a pool where they,
There's $35,000 short if you do the math on this. So where's that money coming from?
Actually, there's approximately $52,000 that was deposited by the builders. There's $25,000 we can transfer from one division to another from professional services. And the remainder 20,000 from the 172,000 will be transferred over. So the total deficit you're seeing is $7,500.
So, but my point is last year when we approved the budget, we made it very clear that the budget document is approved by council, and any changes made to those numbers are approved again in an appropriation. And we said, don't wait until February or whatever to make it, that we would change it throughout the year to keep it even. And we've said that that's something that we've put into place a long time ago. So I'm not sure why it's okay tonight just to spend it without putting it
Good
in the
evening,
right
Mayor
spot.
and Council. When a department has savings within a line item, it is within the city manager's authority to transfer, to approve budget transfers. It has to be within the same fund. So he can't, or any city manager cannot transfer across funds, but within the same department, even within the same fund, if he has savings and professional services in one line item and wants to use it to cover the difference for this item, he is allowed to do that.
Well, if you go back and review the meeting from last year, we talked about this specifically, and that document is policy.
We
And
did,
so if it's something has changed, the policy has to be changed. And so the numbers have to be brought back to council and then we approve it. This was something we discussed last year.
But the total appropriation doesn't change. It just changes what line item it's coming out of.
Right.
So
So the line item is going to be a different number now, right? So the policy is changing.
two line items will change because it'll move out of professional services in one account and into a different account. But the net effect is zero and it's within the same fund, and that's within the city manager's signing authority.
But when council says it's within our authority and then staff just overrides it, that is why I'm confused right now.
We're not overriding it. That
Well,
has
you
been
just
the
told me the
policy.
policy that you have, and I just told you the policy we made and it's on video.
Okay, I will go back and review it.
I think we're I understand what you're advocating and I understand what Lorena is saying. And maybe to use an analogy, when we have vacancies in a department, there's salary savings. And with those salary savings, we can contract for services to offset that. So it's basically the same kind of a concept as you're moving money from salaries, which is one line item number, and you're moving it to pay for contracted services. But if the overall budget within that department doesn't exceed what the council has approved, then it's still within the budget policy. That's my understanding. So there's latitude and flexibility within individual departments to move things within line items, except you can't charge, certain revenue accounts can only be used for certain things. You can't use water funds to be doing something other than for that.
Latitude
line.
until council votes 5-0 and says, don't do it this way anymore. So
Well,
we'll
that-
have to review the video because we talked about it last year. We were very specific about this stuff.
That wasn't privy, but I'll definitely review the video and make sure, we're within those guidelines that council requested.
In the meantime,
So
perhaps in order to move forward on the item, the motion could be in addition to the request for an RFP and in addition to approving the two amendments, the council could authorize the acting city manager to make any necessary appropriations
Perfect.
to fulfill the intent of approving these contracts. And then I think that obviously this is going to be a discussion not only about this year, but I think when you're looking about the next fiscal year, I think either one of those ways of doing things, I've seen them used in other agencies. I think the issue is just the council has to be very clear on what authority you've been given so that you understand that how things are going to be done going
Right.
forward. And I think that maybe in this new budget year, that'll give you that opportunity to be very clear on what your expectations are.
we say that every year, just so you know. We can go through many years. We have people who sit in here and watch these meetings every year. And we say the same thing every year about being clear. And so we can't get clearer.
Well, my thought process would be on this. I know we talked about continuing appropriations last year, and that's something that's been significantly addressed this year. That sounds like moving things between line items within a department's budget is a concern, especially for this year. We can address it in writing in the resolution that the council approves. That way you don't have to go back to the tape.
Mhm.
You have it in black and white right in front of you.
Absolutely. All right, I'll move to approve this as long as this is brought back. And then we'll add the $35,000 appropriation from whatever items he has extra money. You guys can figure that out, I guess. But we have to have a plan, and I guess that's the priority of the council right now.
Yeah, that's understood.
Mayor Pro Tem, would you mind if I suggest language on that last
Mhm.
part of the motion for the city clerk? To authorize the acting city manager to make any necessary appropriations and amendments within the community development department budget.
Do I have a second?
Second.
And that covers 15G and H.
Yes.
Okay, so then let's go to 15L.
Council, please cast your votes. We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Myron, second by Councilmember Krupa. That motion passes 5-0.
Actually, I pulled 15L too. And this is the Code Compliance Strategic Plan Neighborhood Enhancement Program. I do have a couple questions about this. And Stephen, is this your ballgame?
No, it is not. It is from the Community Development Director.
Okay. Have we, or is it within our legal realm? I've had several complaints lately, and one of them deals with houses that are in process of being put in foreclosure, and the city notified to then basically keep an eye on those properties. What happens, and can this cover that period in between when the property owner vacates the property and is waiting for foreclosure to come through, and squatters and drug dealers and prostitution and human trafficking all take place in this house, and they have no legal recourse whatsoever to do anything about it? I'm wondering if this plan, since it says Neighborhood Enhancement Program, if it can somehow include some type of enforcement and of these properties that are really deteriorating blocks and really causing unsafe conditions for the people that are living there. And I will give you a specific after the meeting.
Okay, sure. So let me try to address that. So this program is just outlining the major concepts of what we're trying to achieve for the year. Any other components like the foreclosure properties, we still do those as a background item. But this is just focusing on those bigger and larger items where they would be focusing on specific areas to target and go after. Due to the limited staffing that we have, it's better to concentrate their efforts into those areas to get those things eliminated or removed or addressed, rather than try to spread them out all over and they just can't get a handle on things. But if you'd like to add that component to it, absolutely, we can add that into
I mean, can we legally do that? I mean, because it really ends up, if you've got one house on a block, especially if it's a cul-de-sac, you've got X number of homes that are affected by this one, and legally they can't do anything about it. And the city is not in the process because it hasn't gone to foreclosure. So it's just an absentee property owner who doesn't care anymore because they're not going to be financially liable for it. And it ruins the entire neighborhood.
So I can talk to the code. So we do have vacant properties. It is on here. The primary emphasis for that was vacant commercial properties. But if the council, I think the purpose of this presentation and this document was really to bring to the council for some policy direction on those issues that the council sees in the community that you want code enforcement and city attorney to be focusing on. You'll notice later on the agenda, we have the city's hearing officer on, and I'll be giving the presentation on that. We've had a lot of discussions with code enforcement, with the police department, with fire, about those activities within the city that are having the biggest negative effect on quality of life, and how we can basically get the most bang for our buck, because we don't have unlimited resources in this regard. And I think that your example of that single house on a cul-de-sac really speaks to that. You know, if we can go into a neighborhood and address that one house and really bring up the quality of life for all of their neighbors, that's exactly the kind of activity that we're looking for. I can tell you that we are also, I don't see it necessarily on here listed, but the other one that we are working with the new is it housing specialist HP is also making sure that our code enforcement partner housing specialists have a checklist for those health and safety code receiverships when we're talking about properties. Now, that's not going to help the situation that you spoke about. Some cities that I've worked with have done essentially vacant residential registration requirements where the bank, if they've initiated foreclosure and the occupant has vacated, they're required to register that property with the city and ensure that it's being checked, that it's being patrolled. One of the questions, do you want them boarding it up? That has both positive and negative effects, right? It may help keep out squatters. It has a cost associated with it. And it also has a blight factor. A boarded up house can cause blight in the neighborhood. And so I think if the direction is explore a way to address properties that are going through foreclosure, I think that's something we can explore, we can add to the plan. If you want us to specifically look at some of those additional tools like the foreclosure registration, vacant bank-owned property ordinance, you may already have something similar on the books, but it is something I've seen that was effective in a lot of communities. A lot of communities adopted them in the 2010, 2012 timeframe when it was really bad. But we can look at that here too.
Yeah, I think it is something that really affects quality of life in a big way. And I really think we need to address it somewhere in whether it's this program or another program, we need to address it, and we need to address it now. So thank you. Thank you.
I definitely like the concept though of involving, a cross section of city departments, because a lot of the issues, they're not just one dimensional issues. Some may be more appropriate for law enforcement, some others dealing with building codes and issues. So having representation of all the different city departments is a good plan.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that when the city council adopted the code enforcement ordinance update, one of the things that we talked about with code enforcement was this feeling that they were the only employees of the city who could enforce the city's ordinances. That put a lot of pressure on them. So the city council actually, through that ordinance, you appointed a whole host of city employees, finance department, fire department, police department, public works, water, sewer, et cetera, who have the authority to enforce, especially ordinances that are coming within their sort of scope. And I think that the idea was to make it a whole city team effort to get, the codes enforced. One of the things that we do have planned coming up is a cross-sectional training with all of those departments that have that enforcement capability to make sure that they now understand the tools that are available to them, specifically involving the administrative hearing process, which we're hoping to set up very shortly once we have a hearing officer.
I have another on this item 15L on page 361, under alcohol sales and businesses. I got a phone call from Bacardi's Bar and Grill, right? That's mentioned in here. And they were told that they were not allowed to develop that land. And so now we're complaining and they're not allowed to develop it. So which is it? How am I supposed to answer a phone call like that? That's hard to do. So we have to make sure that we're not playing any types of favoritism when we are doing our code enforcement lists.
Maybe staff can speak to why that specific location was included as an example.
I'm not sure if there's anything that physically doesn't allow them to build or reuse that property. They may have to upgrade based on the ADA requirements or structural integrity of the building, but there's nothing on our books that prevents that particular property owner to improve that property and utilize it for a commercial use.
I can say one of the things that I am working with staff on the alcohol sales front is reviewing a legal non-conforming, or as it's known in other jurisdictions, a deemed approved ordinance. So as it stands now, all new alcohol sales within the city are required to get a conditional use permit. That involves the police department. Obviously, I think we've had a couple of those permits come to the city council. I can think of the El Toro Market most recently. And one of the advantage of a deemed approved ordinance is that when we have a particular location that's grandfathered in, because it was established before the city started requiring CUPs. If they're not meeting the performance standards established by the city, essentially if they're acting as a public nuisance, that ability, that grandfathered ability can be revoked by the city. And then they would have to go through the CUP process to reestablish their right to sell alcohol. It's been very effective in other jurisdictions that I've used it on. And so we have a draft ordinance that we're working on at the staff level. Expect to see that pretty soon. It will also include additional language for non-conforming structures generally and non-conforming uses generally, which may be very important in the future if the city were to inherit a bunch of non-conforming uses and structures.
Do I have a motion?
I will make a motion to approve 15L and for staff to look at the things we discussed. I'll second that.
Motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Mayor Pro Tem Meyer. That motion passes 5-0.
And
And
15, yeah,
and now,
15M,
yeah,
if we can have a presentation on that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, I just want to give you a brief update on the third quarter of the budget year. For general fund revenues, including Measure U, are on track for this time of year at 73% overall. Property tax collections are at 57.32%, with the second large payment due in late May. And actually, as I was sitting waiting, I saw the email that that payment is hitting our bank account tomorrow morning. Sales tax collections are at 74%. That is a little bit higher than last year. Measure U collections are at 71%. And community development collections for development fees and engineering fees are at 138% of their total. So they have exceeded their annual projections. Total revenues are slightly higher than this time of year this period last year, when revenue collections as a whole were at 67% of projections. In Measure U, when we just look at Measure U, isolated from the rest of general fund, Measure U revenues are also on track at 71%. They are slightly lower than last year's collection rate at 72.6%. You also have to remember, though, that the Measure U budget for this year is higher than last year's. So even a lower percentage doesn't mean that dollar-wise we're that far below. Measure U expenditures are at 46% for the year. Measure U adjusted expenditure budget already takes into account the purchase of the 2 fire engines that council approved, one at mid-year and one shortly thereafter. As of the date of this report, March 31st, the 2 engines had not been prepaid, but I did look up and it does say that both of those engines, the payment was prepared on May 5th. And so that means the clock starts to get those engines built and equipped and to the city to be put into service. For the non-general fund departments, revenues continue to outpace expenditures in most funds. All of the development impact fees have exceeded their annual revenue projections, just like community development did, and that is a direct result of the development in the city. The gas tax fund has collected 64% of its revenue projections. The water fund has spent about 25% of its budget, and revenue-wise, they're at about 75% for this time of year. They do have a lot of big projects that are on the books this year that are either still in the early stages or in the planning stages, therefore the small allocation or expenditure for this quarter. That's all I have. We will have more information, which is really more relevant to what we're moving into with budget and what we're looking forward to in the new year, but I am available for any questions you may have.
No questions?
Thank you.
Add an approval or receive and file.
It looks like a receive and file.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna move to our first discussion item, which is an ordinance of the city council of the city of Hemet, amending Article V of Chapter 2 related to purchasing.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'll handle the presentation on this one. Over the last year or so, since we got a new procurement manager in the finance department, our office and the finance department have been keeping a list of every single time we have an issue, either procuring a good or service for a city department that they need to do their job, or whenever we're getting a question about an ambiguity. Candace Sons, the procurement manager, has done a great job of keeping a list of all of those issues. Starting a couple of months ago, Lauren Sanchez in my office and Candace began going through the city's procurement ordinance and attempting to recommend changes that would solve every single one of those issues. And our thought process was, the city's municipal code is a work in progress. Just like a couple meetings ago when we were talking about the ticket policy, we're really aiming for operational efficiency here. That's one of the city council's main strategic. And what that means to me is every procurement should not result in a legal question. Every procurement should not result in difficulty with city staff obtaining the goods and services that they need. So having a procurement policy that is both open, transparent, competitive, so that everyone has equal opportunity to provide goods and services to the city, so that the city is receiving those goods and services at a good price for the taxpayer, but that it's also doing that in an efficient way, so that those goods and services can be procured in a timely manner. It is important. And so if the council will indulge me, I'm going to go over the main changes that we're proposing. The first one is emergency purchases. The city manager does have authority in limited circumstances for emergency purchases for goods and services. But one of the areas that the city council has not delegated that authority to the city manager is in the area of public projects. So we have had several instances since I've come as your city attorney, where we have had emergency situations related to public projects, where the city manager, if the city manager had the authority to respond immediately to that public project issue, significant cost savings could have been achieved for the city. I'll give you two examples. One, we had a water well go down. And if the city manager had the authority to get people out there to conduct emergency repairs on that water well, we wouldn't have had to purchase water from a neighboring water agency for as long as we did. When we're purchasing water from a neighboring water agency, we're generally purchasing it at a higher price than we are capable of producing the water ourselves. And so that water well was offline for a significant period of time. It could have been brought online sooner. The other example that I think better illustrates it, and I don't know if Steve Lariso is in the audience. If I tell the story wrong, Steve, text me. But we had a gas line explosion under the street, and that affected a water line that was owned and operated by the city. The gas company got out there and they fixed their line lickety split, right? If we had had the authority on the city manager side to get a city contractor out there to repair the water line at the same time as they repairing the gas line, we could have saved money, because as it stood, the gas company went out there, fixed their line, covered the street up, put temporary pavement on it, we had to wait a significant amount of time, go out there, tear the street back up, fix the pipe. If we could have done it at the same time when the street was already ripped up for the gas line repair, I think we would have saved somewhere $50,000. So those are just examples where sometimes the ability to move fast may save you a significant amount of money. So we're recommending that delegation be authorized. That delegation exists in the public contract code. It's something that's considered, but the legislative body has to affirmatively delegate that authority to its executive officer. So we're making that recommendation. The other recommendation is annual purchasing limits. So we do have a significant number of purchases that are done under the city manager's signing authority that are under $50,000. But the way the code is currently written, that's cumulative. So I'll give you an example. If the city manager entered into an agreement for $20,000 of goods and services, but that contract ran for 3 years, 20, that's $60,000. It now has to come back to the city council. Bringing those lower level contracts to the city council does involve a significant amount of staff time and work. And generally speaking, it's not for any significant expense to the city on an annual basis. So the recommendation is to change the purchasing authority limits from an in aggregate amount to an annual amount. So the city manager would have authority to sign contracts that do not exceed $50,000 for any fiscal year. This combined with language that the city council directed my office to draft and include in all contracts going forward, authorizes the city to terminate contracts if amounts are not appropriated in the next fiscal year to fund it. So this essentially just moves the entire contracting process onto that fiscal year basis. The authority for the city manager is on a fiscal year basis, and it is directly tied to the appropriations that are made by the city council, which I think ties in very nicely to the conversation that we just had. The next one would be increased purchasing limits for motor vehicles. While we're not recommending a increase in that city manager authority beyond $50,000 per year, we have included one exception, and that is for the purchase of motor vehicles. The city has had significant difficulty, as I'm sure any person who's tried to buy a vehicle in the last year has had. While we normally purchase vehicles under cooperative purchasing agreements, all of those cooperative purchasing agreements have run out of vehicles that are available under them. So the city has attempted to purchase these vehicles on the open market. But while consumers may only need the approval of their bank, which they may be able to obtain in one afternoon, the city, if it wishes to purchase a vehicle that's over $50,000, and most of them are at this point, it would be required to go through the formal bidding process and to receive authority from the city council. You saw this earlier this year with code enforcement vehicles. We've had police department vehicles. The fire department is in need of these consumer type vehicles. And essentially what that means is we have to be able to buy vehicles that are on the lot. And it's very difficult to do that when you need to prepare a staff report, come get city council approval, and then go back to the dealer and say, hey, can we get that vehicle? No, it's gone. And so we figured that was that made sense as a limited exception to the dollar amount limit and to the procurement process. So those would still be allowed to be procured through the informal process, which is solicitation of bids from at least 3 vendors. So essentially what you'd be doing is, let's say the fire department needed to buy an SUV for administrative staff. They would send out an invitation to bid to at least 3 local dealerships with what the specs were that they wanted. And as long as it came in under 75, they would go with the most economically advantageous option. The next one that I recommended changes on are increased descriptions for exempt purchases. So there are exceptions to competitive procurement in the existing ordinance, but frankly, it's vague. And every single department has had issues and questions with, when is it sole source? When is it piggybacking? There wasn't even language in there that explicitly gave the city council the authority to override the competitive procurement when you thought it was appropriate. So we did a lot of work on that one. We really went into detail when those specific circumstances are allowed. They're the type of circumstances that you'd expect, but now they're spelled out and they give staff a lot more clarity on when it's appropriate. And then lastly, and this one is probably the one that's been the most difficult, over the last year or so, just with the sheer shortage of labor, supply chain issues, the city has had a significant amount of difficulty, even when it goes out to bid on items, with getting a response. There's time and effort that goes into responding to a government procurement. And when the private sector wants the same goods and services, sometimes it's just faster and easier not to put in the effort to respond to a bid. So we've had numerous circumstances where city staff is attempting to go through the informal procurement process or the formal procurement process, and they're simply not getting responses from the private sector. The city has utilized Planet Bids to get the word out on procurements to a number of bidders. A lot of agencies are moving over to Planet Bids or similar services. But the recommended change here is that so long as the city solicits at least 3 quotes on the informal procurement process and formal procurement process, it's not required to actually receive 3. And that's been a real difficult one where, city staff are trying to procure necessary goods and services. And if they don't get a response back, the way the ordinance is written, they can't buy it, even if there's someone ready, willing, and able to sell it to them on a commercially reasonable basis. So that I think it was essentially fixing a loophole that we had in the way the ordinance was written. So those are the big changes. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I don't know, Lorena, if so we have Elena and we have Candace here as well, and I'm sure all of the department heads will nod in approval that they would love an ordinance like this to go through. Seeing a lot of solidarity there. Great.
I see. Thank you, Stephen. Okay, council.
How do we make sure that this doesn't leave us in a position to be lazy and not try to get bids?
I think that's a really good question. I can tell you that the city is moving to an electronic bid system through Planet Bids. A lot of agencies are. I think that one of the issues is not so much a laziness on the city side. The city wants goods and we want as many bidders as possible, because then we're going to get the services and goods presumably cheaper. That's more room in the budget to do more things. So it's not been my experience that specifically has been the issue. The experience I've had is that suppliers of both goods and labor are so busy over the last year that it's simply not worth the effort on, especially the informal purchases, because those are the ones that are under 50,000, right? Those are generally smaller contracts. It's not worth the effort to put in a response. So we've been having, I'm not saying that they're the lazy ones, they're very busy. But I think that it's mostly an effort versus their own business. They're simply too busy. I think that this clarifies when competitive bidding is and is not required. I think one of the biggest issue is been confusion about when we need to go out to bid for something, and trying to shoehorn a purchase into that kind of vague definition. And so by clarifying this and making it very, very clear when it's allowed, when it's not, I think that will allow staff to basically manage their expectations, and they'll know from the get-go what is the appropriate procurement procedure to use, which will result in faster procurements and also less legal questions related to procurements.
I think that's good. We just owe it to our people to be very transparent and to go out for the best bid for every project that we do.
Right.
Councilmember Krupa.
And I'm assuming this is just a typo in the staff report.
Could be. Uh-oh.
The second to the last line, it says purchasing ordinance would not allow the city to proceed with the purchase so long as there are. at
That,
least-
that should say
That's what
would.
we're, now, it would now allow that.
Now, yeah.
Because it's like, the way it reads, it's like, that's right back where we started from.
So currently, the purchasing ordinance does not allow, but now it would. Yes, would now.
Any other questions or comments? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Myers, second by Councilmember Brown. Council, please cast your votes. That motion passes to waive full reading and introduce by title only an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, amending Article 5 of Chapter 2 related to purchasing as amended to include the language would now and direct the city clerk to place the ordinance for second reading and adoption on the agenda of the next regular scheduled meeting of the City Council.
All right, can we get a staff report on the resolution of the City Council of the City of Hemet appointing Jamar of Jones Mayor as hearing officer?
Yes, that one will be me as well. So in January of this year, the City Council will recall that I brought a code enforcement ordinance update to the City Council. One of the primary components of that ordinance update is the establishment of a city hearing officer. The city hearing officer would be tasked with conducting administrative hearings on primarily code enforcement matters. So these would be administrative appeals of administrative citations. So those are the lower level citations for $100, $200, $500 per instance. The hearing officer would be responsible for doing the hearings on any administrative civil penalties. So that's $1,000 fine. Any one of those that is issued will automatically go to hearing. The administrative hearing officer would also be responsible for conducting hearings on abatements and recovery of city costs. So essentially, we have a significant amount of anticipated work in the code enforcement area. And that includes going after priorities that the council has just recently approved with that code enforcement plan that was presented earlier, but also other priorities that have been established by the council. Fireworks being one, looking at doing board ups on burnouts and doing those board ups very soon after the fire event occurs. So we're not just leaving burned buildings sitting around for months at a time. It's something we can get done relatively quickly by using the hearing process. And then finally, also recovering the city's costs of doing its enforcement work against property owners that have been uncooperative and unwilling to bring their property into compliance. So all of those would go before the unbiased, neutral hearing officer. You can think of them sort of as a mini judge for the enforcement of the city's ordinances. In addition, there are a multitude of other ordinances throughout the city municipal code that may benefit from assigning the hearings under those ordinances to an administrative hearing officer so that they're done in an efficient manner, an unbiased manner. Just to give you a couple of examples, Jamar Boyd Weathersby of Jones Mayor, who is staff's recommendation to be appointed as hearing officer, also serves as the transient occupancy tax hearing officer for the city of Anaheim, which is a position that I have also served in, where you do hearings on hotels and motels who are accused of not paying the appropriate level of tax. Currently, that honor of holding those hearings is the finance director's. Perhaps it may be more appropriate to have the hearing officer sit as the official who's making that decision to free up city staff. on the potential deemed approved ordinance that we're currently drafting, it may be beneficial to have the hearing officer take first opportunity at reviewing whether somebody has violated the conditions, the performance standards that are applicable to alcohol uses within the city. So there's a significant amount of work that can be done there. Like I said, I serve as a hearing officer for a couple jurisdictions in Southern California. It can be very effective, not just at making sure that the code is enforced, but frankly, making sure that the residents and the business owners have a fair opportunity to give their side of the story when an enforcement action is taken against them. As it stands now, your only real remedy would be to sue the city to seek an administrative review of an enforcement action that's taken. A lot of times I know that people who get cited or enforcement actions against them may feel compelled to call up the city council members and say, this is happening, it's not fair. So this gives them that neutral, third-party, unbiased person that can really listen to them and give them a decision. About the procurement process on this one, we went through the Planet Bid system. It was sent out to 79 different legal vendors throughout the state. We did receive only one response. I was very happy that this is the one we received, only because I happen to know that this individual is eminently qualified and capable of doing the work. I did inquire as to a couple of firms to find out, why they didn't put in a bid for the hearing officer position out here. And the answer was simply the anticipated amount of work. They were anticipating maybe one set of hearings a month, combined with the fact that we would want that on site, so they'd have to travel, precluded a lot of firms from thinking that it was basically fiscally sound to get involved in it. I think they may have underestimated our desire to hold hearings, but that's not something that that I can advise them on when they're deciding whether to put in a bid or not. So I just like to say I was happy with who we got. I've worked with this person in this capacity before. They've done an amazing job. They work for a firm who does municipal work regularly. He knows all of the requirements of a hearing officer. And so I expect that it would be a fruitful relationship if the city council decided to approve this. I would note that we're anticipating the work to begin July 1st of 2022. So there will be an item in next fiscal year's budget in the legal services area to address this. And we are anticipating, and this is based on my past experience, that although code enforcement activity is not intended to be revenue generating in nature, the amount of fines and enforcement costs that are assessed generally more than cover the cost of holding the hearings. That's not the point of assessing fines and penalties, certainly, so I don't want to give that impression. But when you're looking at how is the city going to pay for a program like this, generally a program like this does receive significant amount of revenue in the form of fines that are assessed. That's it. That's the end of my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, council.
Real quick, on the hearings, are they going to be like just twice a month, once a month? Because the amount they charge and what we're limited to at 50,000 a year, we're just going to have one hearing a month or something, or
so that is frankly, it's going to be as needed. So if we're writing the citations, then we're going to hold the hearings. I'm anticipating to start doing hearings once a month and doing them for the full day, so that he's coming out here and we're getting the bang for our buck. I can tell you that in other agencies I've worked for, where they really bought into this program and we're doing abatements, we're doing cost recovery, we're doing citations, you can get up to twice a month. Absolutely. I think at the rates that he's proposing, we should know if we're going to need a budget amendment or an increase by the time mid-year comes around in January. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, I
Um,
can,
But that is primarily going to be determined not by the work he's doing, but by the work staff's doing. So
Right.
if staff's out there doing a lot of citations, getting a lot of board ups, doing a lot of the cost recovery, doing a lot of transient occupancy tax hearings, that will result in more hearings. And that'll directly relate to the cost. But
gotcha.
all of those activity should also generally be resulting in additional revenue in the form of fines and unpaid taxes and things to the city.
So if it pays for itself the first 6 months, we can up the hours and,
Well, I think that regardless, the issue is going to be, is it successful in obtaining compliance, right? Because that's our goal. Like, are we
Mhm.
getting code compliance? Are we getting compliance with our tax code? All that stuff. I think we'll have a pretty good idea how we're doing within the first 6 months. But if we do come back for a budget amendment and an amendment to the contract, we will certainly include the amount of fines and other things that have been assessed. So you can have an idea, generally how is this washing? But I would caution against viewing code enforcement penalties as a revenue generating device. Just like the police department doesn't write traffic tickets to raise revenue, it's to punish violations of the law. Same thing here. It just happens to likely more than pay for itself.
Councilmember Brown?
A couple questions. Great idea. I think it'll prove to be very beneficial in our overarching objective is to get compliance. Just using the analogy again of traffic enforcement, it's to enhance traffic safety. And that's the end game. One question I have, and maybe our acting city manager can address this as well. I know some time ago, parking citations were essentially taken out of traffic court and made administrative. Are we using an administrative hearing officer now for hearing the parking citations?
Yeah, we're using a contractor, and most agencies use the same one for those specific parking sites, yes. And that's based on the laws that changed, the state laws that changed.
So we already have that in place. This would be very similar in nature. So my follow-up question is that, would this hearing officer also be able to deal with parking citations, or is it too separate apart?
So that's a good question. That was a question that we looked into when we were designing the RFP. My understanding of the current process is that there's an internal review, maybe by a sergeant. And then if they don't like that answer, then it goes to data ticket.
Yes, data ticket, and I think it's reverse. It goes straight to data ticket. Most of the questions are answered. And if they want an administrative review, it comes back to us.
Okay. And then if you don't like that, you get to go to court. The hearing officer contract would be broad enough that if we wanted to start having that individual hear those parking citation appeals, they could. I don't think that we had a plan to make that change at this time, but there's nothing that would prohibit it within the contract. So I think we just have to look at, is that something that would be financially beneficial to the city? My understanding is data ticket also does a significant amount of collection work and things like that under their contract. So we could, but we weren't planning on doing that initially.
And somewhat similar in the question, I know that the fire chief's objective is to do a lot more proactive investigations of facilities, and with the objective of enhancing fire safety. And that's going to involve a lot of examinations and inspections, most likely citations being issued. So fire code violations, safety violations, would that fall under the purview of this hearing officer?
Any code that's been adopted by the city council, the hearing officer would have the authority to hear hearings and appeals on. That could include citations under any of the adopted by reference codes, so long as there's not another body in the code designated to hear that. So I'm looking at you, Building Access Appeals Board. That probably wouldn't be able to go to the hearing officer, but fire citations, yes. In other jurisdictions I've had, occasionally you get, for whatever reason, you get a business owner who isn't getting the message on emergency egress, fire suppression, things like that. And so a citation is necessary. It could go to this individual. And the goal would be to have as many city processes that are requiring this to go to this person, because they're going to be here for that day. And so let's get all those things processed. On the fire side, one of the other things that I've been working with the fire department on, like I said, is getting those emergency abatements ready to go, because they do have situations where they respond to a fire at a structure, and that structure is no longer habitable and needs to be addressed immediately. And so having that due process available is important. So we're going to be looking at that as well.
And you've already answered my other question that I had. It was sending out 79 RFPs and only getting one response.
My
I
anticipation
would
was
say
you were going to
that
ask how come we only got
I
one
would say
response.
that
I wanted you to know.
say that the prospective bidders that chose not to reply didn't realize that we could be a target-rich environment.
I
with
think so, and I was surprised as well. And on that note, I did want to again compliment Candace, who worked extensively on getting this RFP put together, put out, processed, and then helping with the staff report.
Thank you.
Councilmember, no? Okay. Any questions? Can I get a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the staff recommendation and adopt a resolution adopting a list of projects for fiscal year 2022, 2023. No, I'm reading ahead. I'm on the wrong page there. I move the staff recommendation that we adopt a resolution appointing Jamar Boyd Weatherby of Jones Mayor as a hearing officer.
I'll second that.
Motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Mayor Pro Tem Meyer. That motion passes 5-0.
And then the last thing I would just note is that we will be posting agendas for those hearings. They will likely be here and open to the public. So if anyone's interested and wants to come see a bunch of people get fined or plead their case on why they shouldn't, we will have that opportunity.
All right, so item number 16C, if we can get a report from staff on this item regarding adopting a list of projects for fiscal year 2022 to 2023 funded by SB1.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This list of projects for next fiscal year funded by SB1 was put together by Steve Lariso, and he is on Zoom and willing to give you a brief presentation if it's desired.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. This is Steve Lariso. I just wanted to give you just a brief update on this. What you have before you tonight is a resolution adopting a list of projects funded by SB1 for fiscal years 22-23. This is part of the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017. A lot of people refer to it as the other gas tax. For this upcoming fiscal year, the city of Hemet is expected to receive 1.9 million approximately for street projects. What we have proposed, and the reason why this comes specifically as opposed to Measure A, which you may recall before, where it was a list of 5-year projects, SB1 only identifies it for 1 year at a time. So we've identified the project that you see before you, which is about 250,000 square feet or 1.3 miles of pavement rehabilitation for the streets identified there. Once this is approved by City Council, we end up sending this to the California Transportation Commission, or CTC, so that way they can log it in their documents and then issue the funds to the city. Based on our estimate for this upcoming year, we're looking to have this project ready to go in January of 2023. and then constructing shortly after that. I'm here for any questions you may have or statements you have.
Council?
I don't specifically have any questions. Thank you for the report and the movement on this. It's nice to see that we're making some forward progress. I know we have no shortage of streets that are in need of attention, and trying to pick which ones go first is a challenging endeavor. I do want to specifically express my gratitude for engineering's making the Costin Avenue stretch of road. That's a heavily traveled road. So many people commuting to and from taking their kids to school, all of the schools that are along Costin. And that area north of Menlo is nicely improved. And then that area between Menlo and Devonshire is in horrible condition. And I'm really glad to see that this is moved to the top of the list for these SB1 projects. And I know that the residents on that street, I've heard from a couple of them, and they're very much appreciative of that happening. Couldn't happen fast enough. Just one little, I guess, cautionary note on this is that we all know what happens to the speed of traffic once roadway improvements get done. That road is actually in its current configuration a pretty good traffic calming measure, because people tend to drive it a little more slowly there. But I think that when it's paved, I hope our traffic bureau can pay some attention to that, particularly during the preschool and after school commute. But thank you for that report and the action.
Pleasure.
So a motion?
Shall I move to approve this? I'll second.
Council, please cast your vote. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Myers, second by Councilmember Krupa. That motion passes 5-0.
Starting with Councilmember Brown, we are now moving to city councils and staff reports.
Are we going to have the work study update on the budget?
6A.
Okay, so we're gonna come back to that and go to the staff budget.
Yeah, Mayor and council members, item 6A is fiscal year 22-23 preliminary budget work study. Our finance director, Lorena Rocha, will provide a brief introduction. As was provided to you the last council meeting from the public safety departments, the other city departments will provide a brief presentation, and then it will be followed up by the budget draft. If you didn't take the opportunity in the staff report to actually look at that, the budget draft, it's new, it's user friendly. I like it. And then it will come around and the finance director will provide a brief description and kind of run through it. All right.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Tonight, what we are looking to do is to provide council with some background on what the non-public safety departments have requested in their budget, supplemental requests, and what we were able to accommodate. So we're going to, just like public safety did 2 weeks ago, we're just going to have a brief presentation from each department just to go over their changes or proposed changes. And then after they are done, I will come back and talk more about revenues on a global basis, not just general fund and Measure U, but all revenues across the city. And then we will go into a brief demo on the new and I think very exciting digital budget book. So with that, I'm going to start with finances requests. The finance for this purpose is mainly funded by general fund. It has a budget of approximately $1.2 million. And within our department, we have 5 programs. We have an administration program, general accounting, procurement, payroll, and utility billing. Funding staff or finance staff levels, for the most part, have not changed. We do have one request to add 2 part-time accounting technician 2s in the utility billing division, which are funded by water, sewer, and storm drain. And the reason for those is because we're trying to prepare for 5-day week city hall service. And we currently have a staff of 7, including our supervisor in that department or in that program. And so if they're still going to be on 410s, some will work Monday through Thursday, some will work Tuesday through Friday, meaning Monday staffing and Friday staffing will be light. Mondays are always very, very, very busy for us. And with the split, those 2 days will be very, very light, meaning if anybody takes a vacation day or if anybody is out sick, we won't have enough staffing to cover that. So the 2 part-time positions would accommodate that. They're not benefited positions, so it is limited cost, but will be very helpful in getting those 2 days covered so that our residents are being taken care of in a timely manner at the counter or on the phone if they call in. So the cost of those 2 part-time accounting technicians is $45,600, and again, funded by water, sewer, and storm drain. And the other request that finance has made is to have procurement purchase software, also from Planet Bids, who manages all of our RFPs and any public bids that we have to put out. So what these are is, it's an insurance certificate management program. All vendors that work with the city are required to maintain insurance, and the procurement office is responsible for ensuring that they have those. And what this program will do is Candace will enter the information, or any procurement administrator will enter the information into the software. And when that vendor is within a certain range of their insurance expiring, it will notify us, and we can send out a request to the vendor to update their insurance information. Same thing with contract management program. Kind of the same basis. We're going to put in the basic parameters, expiration date, who the vendor is, and what it's for. And again, it will notify us within whatever parameters we set to remind us this contract is due to expire in 3 months or in 6 months. If you need to renew it, now's the time to start working on that. The total cost for both of those is about $8,300. Candace did look at other options. She did look at 2 other vendors that provided information. The cost nearly tripled with both of the other vendors. And because we're already familiar with Planet Bids, we're happy with Planet Bids, and they were definitely the best price for us, we decided to request that council approve these 2 contracts with Planet Bids as part of our ongoing efforts to keep work flowing within our city. Those are all the requests that finance has. And so now I'm going to turn it over to the city clerk, who will provide you his updates.
Mr. Mayor, members of the city council, thank you for receiving my proposal. I'm John Paul, the city clerk, friendly city clerk here with the proposed budget breakdown. And you'll see the line items there for our adjusted amount of just a little over $500,000, and our recommended increases And the items I wanted to highlight were one, an addition of 0.6, so one FTE personnel, and also an addition increase. Can you go back to the last slide? Sorry. An increase in operating and supplies and services. As I noted below, the significant increase in the budget includes the adjustment for the November 8th, 2022 general election. And so that's why we're seeing a significant increase in our budget demand increase and request. Next slide, please. And so the expenditures by program include the following three: records management, elections program, and of course our administration, city clerk. Next slide, please. And so as mentioned before, where we are at this year is we have 2.4 members of our office. And so what I'm proposing is a suggestion of instead of a shared employee, which we receive 0.4% in services of to the city clerk department, requesting a one office specialist, confidential, one FTE. So it brings our line item to 3. Next slide. And that's pretty much our presentation. I wanted to keep it short because I know we're late in the evening, and I'm your city clerk. If you have any questions for me, here to answer questions.
On your slide for the record management, that's not coming out of the general fund. That's coming out of ARPA, isn't it? We have it on this list. $112,491 for city clerk record management system.
You see that?
Right here.
No, but you said the slide. Oh, that's the record management program. So that's the ongoing.
Oh,
correct.
yeah, that's
Gotcha.
separate. Sorry.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, you don't need it twice.
Yep. No problem.
So next we have Norma from our Human Resources Division, who will be discussing her updates.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Norma Rangel, Human Resources Manager for City of Hemet, and I'll be going over again a very brief presentation for the Human Resources Division. So the Human Resources Division provides human resources services for active employees, retirees, and the general public. The programs we cover include benefits administration, classification and compensation, employee relations, labor relations, recruitment and selection, safety, and workers' compensation. So our proposed budget for fiscal year 22-23 is $796,900. Just some numbers for fiscal year 22-23. So far this fiscal year, the Human Resources Division has received 2,200 applications. We have posted over 100 recruitments, both ongoing and new recruitments. We have processed 529 personnel action forms, and we manage benefits for 270 employees and 245 retirees. At this time, we currently have 2 HR analyst positions approved, 1 HR manager, 1 HR technician. In the previous 2 fiscal years, we have used a part-time temporary office specialist from salary savings. This is the first fiscal year that we have been fully staffed. When I started in September of 2019 to August of 2021, when Misha joined our team, it was just 2 full-time employees in human resources and 1 part-time temporary staff. My request is for 1 half-time, part-time temporary employee, non-benefited employee. The reason for that, we have many recruitments that will be coming up in the next fiscal year. We have a lot of invoices, a lot of phone calls a lot of scheduling for recruitments, scheduling appointments, scheduling interviews. So our office is very busy. You can see within this fiscal year, so far we have onboarded 34 employees. So we're constantly busy. So our request for human resources is for a half-time office specialist, confidential. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Next up, we have Kathy Gaines from the library.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Council, Honorable Mayor. I'm so happy to be here to talk to you tonight. I'm Kathy Kane, Senior Librarian in charge at the Hemet Public Library. Our proposed budget is, I can't even say those numbers, $1,755,800. Our budget comes from several places. We're a general fund department. We also have an endowment called the LaSalle Endowment, in which we are allowed to spend only interest earned from that. It is $1 million endowment. We can't touch that $1 million, but we do use our interest for, oh, goodness, I'm sorry, for office supplies and that sort of thing. We also receive development impact fees. Development impact fees provide our databases and our new books and some professional services, which brings it to that total. We have 5 programs. We have administration, adult services, child services, support services, and adult literacy. So with that being said, our staffing, what I requested was pretty much status quo with one exception. You'll see that we have a library aide, temporary part-time position. I would love to have 2 to help us in our computer cafe. This came from rearranging some money that we had that we were not going to be needing. And it's FTE. There's no benefits to speak of, and it would be to help us with that computer cafe that we have, freeing up staff to do a higher level work at our reference desk. And that's my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. Thank you.
Next, we have HP Kang with community development.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Tonight before you is the budget request for community development department. So our total budget that we are requesting is $4.3 million. That includes both the general fund as well as CDBG. CDBG has a $160,475 portion. And we have 5 different programs: administration, planning, housing, building and safety, as well as code compliance. So currently in the administration, there are no requested changes. In planning, there are no requested changes. In housing, there are no requested changes. In building, we're requesting a senior building inspector down to a building inspector 2. They both have the similar capacity in inspecting both commercial and residential, but that particular position will give us the latitude in savings as well as the workability of upscaling for future expansion of the workload that we may get. Code compliance, there are no requested changes. And total, we have 19.5 FTE employee request. And the change for building and safety will have a savings of $23,500. And the general fund for planning, we're requesting a supplemental This is to address some of the Assembly bills and Senate bills that are changing that we need to update. So we're requesting for a contract planner services at $40,000. Landscape plan check services, as well as the landscape plan ordinance itself. We're requesting $83,500. Software for ArcGIS Urban Suitability Tool, $6,600. Additional training for that, $4,000. And building division, the contract inspection services. This is after we have the full recruitment filled. So this will supplement for any additional upscalability of the inspections and plan checks, $156,000. And for our citywide track it upgrade system, that will have a total fund of $205,000 and $205,600. And a large portion of that will come from general fund and special revenue sources, as well as water enterprise fund. And staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Scott Underwood with our IT department.
My name is Scott Underwood, obviously with information technology. So our proposed budget is $1,718,100. We are from Fund 680 Internal Service. We have the following programs of administration, applications, which is our main software budget, government television, GTV, and systems, which is just the main computers and things in the back, telephones, things of that nature. For staffing, what we're looking to do is to go back to what we had in fiscal year 1920. And that is including or adding the GIS specialist position. Since everything that we do in the city relates to an address, having that person in to be able to make sure that we've got updated maps for responding to calls for public safety, things of that nature being up to date, very important. And it's very important to have that capability of searching on other documents related to location, GIS. So that GIS specialist under the applications program is $105,900. And the funding for that position is not added or adding anything or requesting anything. It's from the current IT budget. We had that under professional services, under software. What we're looking to do is actually take that money and use it for adding the position. So that way we're no longer trying to go out and outsource every project, but actually put a person in there to make sure that things are getting done. The other thing that we're looking for is under our systems budget, we're looking to procure an information technology cargo van. Current vehicle that we have is a Ford Ranger. It's 21 years old, very small, and we can't really put a whole lot of equipment inside it. We do have ladders that cannot fit in the back of the vehicle. So what we wind up doing is taking equipment to a job site, then returning to City Hall to then pick up computers and things of that nature. With this vehicle, we'd be able to actually store everything securely in one vehicle and transport it safely. And again, with this 60,000 that we're looking for this van, this is coming from Fund 680 fund balance. So these are monies that we currently have available. We're not asking for anything additional. And that is IT.
And last but certainly not least is the Public Works Department. Full disclosure, he has the majority of the programs.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I won't be as fast. I'll do my best. I'm going to introduce the proposed fiscal year 22-23 budget or proposed expenditures for the Public Works Department, and specifically review all the supplemental requests. Okay, here, just showing kind of the past, present and future of the annual expenditures. So there's the four actuals from fiscal years 17-18 through fiscal year 2021. Then we have the projected for the current fiscal year expenditures, and then the proposed for next fiscal year. The proposed amount for next fiscal year is 26.8 million. This slide will give you kind of just a breakdown of the programs of how all the expenditures are spread out. It's distributed across quite a few programs, as you can see. I won't read them all out to you at this time. Getting into the supplemental requests for personnel. We have 2 proposed new positions and 4 positions that we would like to have for growth opportunities. So starting at the top, right now there are just 2 facilities maintenance technicians. This additional technician would help the division allow versatility for tasks that require 2 people, provide additional schedule coverage, hence if we go to a Monday through Friday, be more proactive with facility maintenance, and provide an opportunity for a new technician to learn the city's facilities from the existing longtime technicians before they retire. The principal engineer for traffic, the intent of this position would be to focus on all things traffic for the city, conduct traffic studies, oversee updates to the traffic control system, and keep the city's traffic standards updated. The cost shown here would be assuming the position was filled for 9 months of the fiscal year. Moving down to the replacements. Proposed promotional opportunities. There's a need for a range of additional duties in engineering, and the executive analyst position was identified as the best fit to provide the required coverage of these duties. So we would propose eliminating an engineering technician position and adding the executive analyst position there. Similarly, with the administrative assistant position, we would add and remove the office specialist position. This would provide the department some versatility in assigning a variety of those administrative tasks and provide additional schedule coverage. The environmental compliance coordinator position, as we all know, environmental compliance keeps getting more stringent and always changing requirements. So this position would interface with several regulatory agencies and ensure department compliance with each of them. Lastly, the requested lead equipment mechanic position would help the fleets division structure whenever the supervisor is absent. Some of the duties for this position would include ordering parts, following up on status of deliveries, prioritizing the fleet staff's work activities, and preparing work orders. Moving on to some equipment requests. It's my understanding a lot of the holiday decorations are becoming unattractive and in need of replacement. So that's the first one there. The next would be to install 38 decorative bollards to protect city buildings from vehicle incursions. 12 of those bollards would be removable to allow access if needed. Next would be the replacement of a 32-year-old light tower, portable light tower. The parts for that are no longer available, so it really needs to be replaced. The new compact track loader, currently the department does not have one, but there are many tasks that could be done more efficiently with one, such as mowing right-of-ways and city-owned properties, doing debris cleanup, and performing erosion control maintenance. And this cost includes a lot of the attachments that it would need. And then moving down to the aerial truck and the valve maintenance truck. These are also just kind of reached the end of their life. They've had a lot of work done over and over, and it's not really worth putting mechanic resources and materials into them. Moving on to regular vehicles. It's kind of a similar story. They've been repaired over and over and over again. So there's, for different sections, water, sewer, public works inspections, streets. We've utilized AQMD funds for any that would qualify, and we can reduce emissions. Just want to point that out. This one's a couple of programs for the water department. The first is a new rate study that's needed for the water and sewer utilities because the last one was done in 2015. And to provide some perspective on why this is needed, the rate for purchased domestic water has more than doubled since the last rate study was done. And the second one is to create an account in the water operations budget focused on water conservation. The total would be $250,000, broken down for irrigation control rebates, $100,000, outreach efforts, $50,000, and drought tolerant landscape incentives. And this is just to summarize, give a total of the costs associated with each of the supplementals. So for staff, the proposed would be a total of $313,100 for the upcoming fiscal year. The equipment, $607,600 would be the total. And some of the equipment and vehicles did use $335,000 of AQMD funds. But the total for the vehicles is $310,000. I just wanted to note that the next fiscal year expenditure requests are being made with the city's adopted strategic plan in mind, and they are consistent with the goals and objectives of that strategic plan. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any questions for him?
Yeah, I noticed in some of the things like the irrigation control rebate, it's in your budget. Are we eligible, or can we get grants from the state or the federal for those kinds of programs? Because I know that they're really pushing water conservation, and they're offering some rebates themselves at different levels. So would you be looking for grants to offset that?
I know we've applied for several as it is. Travis is going to come help me out with this one. I know he's
Travis.
keeping up with all this.
Good evening. Yes, we actually have applied for the a grant with the irrigation controllers. We brought that to council, I think it was a few meetings ago. So we've applied. We're just waiting for a response to see if we've awarded that. And there's also other grants that we're looking into right now that we'll be bringing back to you guys for your approval.
Yeah, I know that water conservation is a hot topic right now. So I'm sure that with the state's $97 billion surplus, they might turn loose of some of that and send it our way. Keep your eyes open.
I'm sure there will be a lot of things coming forward related to that in the near future.
Yeah. On your personnel slide, if you can go back to that. That one.
Yes.
So add a lead equipment mechanic and remove one, I'm guessing the $6,500 is the difference between that action.
The fully burdened
Not
difference.
the total that if you can get somebody
That's
for
correct.
$6,500, boy, you
That's
get a
correct.
raise.
That's the difference between the two, fully burdened.
And I'm
Yes.
like, the first couple I can understand, and then it's like an executive.
Because those are the remove and replace.
Add.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Hmm.
Just one. Sometimes we're not hiring people at $6,500.
That's impossible.
And while you're on that slide, just a question about, I believe we currently contract out for traffic studies and speed surveys.
We do. And
Any
it's
in
probably not as proactive as it could be. But yes, any of those things are
I
contracted
think
out.
adding that traffic engineer might be able
Could
to
save some money
accommodate
on
some of
that
that.
side. Yes.
Good, thanks.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Noah.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, so if I could get the other presentation uploaded.
Could I ask a couple questions before she gets into this part? No?
Good.
One has to do with, which I didn't ask when the library was up here, or human resources, because I think maybe the answer comes from human resources. When are we looking at reestablishing the volunteer program at the library? Yes. Okay, very good, because we used to have close to 100 volunteers over there, and they really did a lot of work. And that, I mean, when we started cutting staff, we used to have 23 people at the library, and then it went down to 12, and then it went down to 6, and then now it's up to, wow, 9. And they still perform the same services they did before, but the volunteers did a whole lot of that. And I think there were several other departments besides police department that very successfully used the volunteer program. So if we could do that, and I didn't see this before, and maybe it's in public safety budget, but where is Ramona Animal Shelter? Whose budget is that in?
It's a non-departmental budget.
It's a non-departmental
it-
budget. Well, I've
It
got
is
some
still
complaints.
included.
I've got questions and concerns. One, I'm hearing a lot of concern. And since we're in budget season, maybe we can address this. That people who catch feral cats and take them down there to be spayed and or neutered basically have to show up early in the morning with them in containers and stand in line, and then probably are turned away because they don't have enough staff or whatever to perform these things, which we need to look into. I also found out today that Riverside County has a mobile unit that maybe we could look at, because I'm also hearing that people from Lake Elsinore and Wildemar and surrounding cities are coming to use the services at Ramona Animal Shelter that we are paying for. So if you could check into all of those things, I definitely appreciate it, and see where we are in that budget, just what services they are providing, what we are paying for, and what we're getting, what kind of bang we're getting for our buck. Because quite frankly, feral cats do a service, but they don't need to procreate.
And there's another problem. There are, like, Fluffy is getting trapped and taken and being neutered and then dropped back off in its own neighborhood when the parent, if you want to say the owner, relinquishes the cat. And then it doesn't make it okay. I mean, what if we did that with dogs?
It'd be a hue and cry.
Yes.
So if we could look into that,
Yeah,
all
understood. I'll
aspects
review,
of that
I'll review it
contract.
myself, the contract, and then, the PD actually reviews and holds the contract and maintains all the finances. But I'll personally look into it, regarding the feral cats and the mobile unit.
Yes, and I was told that when you stand in line, it's like anywhere from $55 to $75 to get this done, and you can drive, if you want to drive to Riverside at one of the clinics up there, you can get it done for 45 or 50 bucks. So that whole aspect, we need to look into services that we're paying for in the city.
I can tell you that something that PD staff has always done when we receive invoices is they review, and if there's anything from outside of the city limits, they redact it and we don't pay for it. So we
That's
reduce
good to
it
know,
on
and the
the
public
invoices.
needs to know that too.
Yes.
Yes, so thank you, appreciate that one.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so the city has a very large budget that is not just general fund. It's made up of many other funds, whether they're special revenue funds, development impact fee funds, internal service funds, our enterprise fund. And the total of all of those funds is approximately $111 million, of which general fund is only about 63, I think, million. So this kind of shows you a breakdown of what types of revenues we receive: taxes, fines and forfeitures, other non-operating use of money and property, which is our annual interest, licenses and permits, charges for services, and utility charges for services, which would be for water and sewer. The general fund revenues for fiscal year 22-23 are projected to be $48,360,000. That is an increase of 5.3% over the amended fiscal year 21-22 revenue projections. So when we came to you last year with revenue projections, they were lower. At mid-year, we increased them significantly. And for 22-23, based on information that we received from HDL, from the community, from our departments who charge various fees or fines for services or for anything of the sort, with the input from everybody, this is how we came up with the $48.3 million for general fund. And in addition to that, Measure U revenues are projected to be $15 million. So as we go down the line, Bradley Burns sales tax is projected to increase $2 million over the current fiscal year. Measure U is projected to increase $1.8 million over the current fiscal year. State motor vehicle and lieu fees are projected to increase $300,000. And with the continued development in the city, community development revenues are projected to increase nearly $450,000 over the current year. In non-general fund, special revenue funds, Measure A taxes, which are used for road repairs and improvements, are projected to grow $530,000. The public safety CFD is projected to grow $172,000, and that is mostly as a result of all of the new development and having all of those new developments annexed into the CFD, which is very important. While the $172,000 doesn't seem like a lot, over the last 3 or 4 years, that increase is well over $300,000. In gas tax, the normal gas tax that we've always received is projected to increase $437,000 and an additional $370,000 in SB1 funds. Now, I do want to let you know that we received notification today that they have updated the projections for gas tax, and it looks like they're going to go down about 100,000. So when we bring the final document forward, the numbers will look a little bit different, but we're just trying to true them up to what we're receiving. All development impact fee funds are projected to have large increases due to the development. So everything that starts in engineering and community development is kind of a domino effect and affects things like the DIF, which we can use to continue growing our services in our city, and public safety CFD, which will allow us to have more patrol out there because this funds police and fire, not just police. The fiscal year 22-23 recommended budget provides a balanced budget for ongoing expenditures in general fund. And I'm only touching on general fund excluding Measure U. In general fund, there are several one-time expenditures, such as vehicle purchases for the police department. So even though it's a balanced budget, there are one-time items that will likely fall off in the following year. So everything that staff provided this evening, all of the updates and all of the proposed changes, whether it's to staffing or to other needs that they have like vehicles or things like that, has already been accounted for in the document that you have access to. And specifically in general fund, everything has already been accounted for, and we are within our budget constraints, I guess, our revenues. What staff is recommending is actually four. I put three, I apologize. 4 one-time expenditures to be funded out of the unreserved fund balance. The first item is the $500,000 seed funds that council previously approved to open the Section 115 trust for pension obligations. This is only the seed money, and then going forward, anything that is going to be contributed as a result of any potential surpluses will come before council before any additional monies are added to the Section 115 trust. The second item is a $100,000 allocation for an economic development strategy for the city. The third item is $100,000 for a public relations firm that council had brought up at the April 12th meeting and requested that that be taken into consideration. And then a $10,000 allocation for security cameras around City Hall. Currently, we have cameras, but are so outdated. If we need to look at a license plate, we can't make out anything. We've had break-ins of our Dropbox for utility bills. We've had city employee vehicles broken into. One was actually stolen. So we're looking to be more proactive and try to keep our employees safe and our customers' checks as well as they're depositing them into that box. They break into it a handful of times in the year. They've never gotten anything because the safe is very well secured, but it still costs the city a lot of money to repair them, to make it whole again so that our customers can continue using those during after hours on the weekends, on Fridays when we're not open. So we feel that they're important. The total of those requests is $710,000. And again, we are asking to use unreserved fund balance for that, not ongoing. In Measure U, expenditures will exceed revenues by 2.1 million. So $15 million in revenues, 17.1 million in expenditures. That is solely based on one-time expenditures that police and fire are needing for their departments. As they reviewed at the last council meeting, they did have some staffing increases, but those were all built into the $48 million that general fund has. As part of the strategic plan, one of our action items for finance was to explore the use of online budget modules to allow for more interactive use. Staff reviewed presentations by several vendors who offer digital budget book modules online and ultimately recommended contracting with ClearGov for their digital budget book and transparency page. So the transparency page has already been contracted for. We will be launching it soon, but right now our priority was getting the budget document prepared. What the transparency page will provide is constant updates, because it does read into our financial software, so that the public has access to expenditure reports, revenue reports, anything like that, that they're looking for information on. It is interactive, so they can ask questions on it, and then we can respond to them as well. And with that, I would like to go into a brief demonstration of the digital budget book. But before I do that, I would like to thank my accounting manager, Tiffany, and my principal accountant, Kalina, who have been the rocks behind this. They have put in hours and hours and hours of work into this. I couldn't do the things that I do. Finance couldn't do the things that we do without them. My entire staff is amazing, but they took the leadership in this, and I'm very appreciative of all your work. So I am going to attempt to click on the module. And if you'll just give me a minute, I think it's going to be brought up for me. So this is the link that you received in the staff report. At first look, it looks like it's simply just one page with a very nice picture of Hemet. And sorry, I'm having trouble with this mouse. And some information on, yes, thank you. That will help. Okay. Okay, I think that's better. Yes. And some information, council members, city manager, and the budget team that prepared this document. What is great about this document is, or this digital budget book, is that you have all these drop downs, and each drop down will take you to a lot of different information that is normally held within the budget document. The transmittal letter, which right now is blank because we normally don't put that in there until we have a document, a full document to bring forward, and it's usually prepared by the city manager. Our GFOA budget award, we do like to tell the public that we received this, and this actually was the first year that we received it with our new and improved program budgeting document that was created for fiscal year 21-22. And another thing that I want to mention about ClearGov is that ClearGov, when they help you set this up, goes through and checks every box and makes sure that the city of Hemet qualifies for this award every year, because we are meeting all of the criteria of that award program. Next, you will see history of the city. Demographics. Demographics is interesting because ClearGov prepares all of this information. Finance staff doesn't have to go through census reports and try to track all of this information and all that. So they provide us information on population clear back to 1990. So it's very handy. It gives you a little bit of population by age group, and then an analysis on households and where we compare to state averages. So for married couples, 44% of households are married couples. That's 12% lower than the average, the state average. For seniors living alone, we're at 19%, and that's 45% higher than our state average. So there's a lot of interesting information, helpful information in here, but this is not prepared by finance staff. This is prepared by ClearGov. Then it goes into your organizational chart so that the public can see who is in charge of each department and who is on the council, who our city manager is, and so on. And we have an explanation of the budget process. That didn't work. Give me a minute. Here we go. So this kind of explains how the budget works, how it's prepared. It does give you the calendar that we go by with our departments to make sure that we're meeting our deadlines so that we can provide the council a timely budget document. Our basis of budgeting and some information on that. There's not a lot there. And then our fund structure, financial policies, a glossary that also is prepared by ClearGov, and then anything that we'd like to add to the appendix of the document. When we go into budget overview, it provides the strategic plan. And one of the things that we did in this document is that we changed any action items. Give me a second. Any action items that have already been completed in the year to this green text. So wherever you see green text like this item was completed in fiscal year 21-22, and the items that are still in blue are either still in the works or have not been started or finished. We have some information on short-term factors, and the main factor in here is a discussion on our ARPA funds so that the city received. This isn't ongoing funding, so we did want to note that because in another slide or in another area where you see that revenues look like they dropped because this was one-time money. So we did want to point that out, and we do have the spending plan that council approved so that anybody can review it if they have any questions about what is in that plan. We have all of the budgeted positions with a short narrative here of the changes that the departments have brought forward to you. Public safety at the last council meeting and the non-public safety groups tonight. So it does give you just kind of a brief synopsis. And then when you go here to attachments, if you click here, it'll take you to the budgeted positions listing, which is right down here. And so it shows you each department and its programs and a side-by-side comparison of fiscal year 21-22 budgeted positions versus 22-23 budgeted positions. Now, I know that in years past, you've seen many more years of history prior to 21-22, but because we changed to program budgeting, we couldn't really compare one for one. So we weren't able to provide that. But it is always an option to add documents that are just static documents that don't change, that give you historical information, whether it's positions or expenditures or revenues going back several years like we've done in years past. So usually we have 3 or 4 years, just what space we're allowed. And if that's something that council would want to see, we're open to any feedback that you would like to provide us. So going back to this, the required GAN appropriations limitation, which is a required part of the budget, and it's listed here just like it's been in every budget before. And then we start going into fund summaries, and this gives you all funds, and it gives you a little bit of information. Historically, actual revenues versus actual expenditures. And if you hover over them, you get the numbers up here, which is really helpful. And then these over here, the reason they disappeared, they're actually in a lighter tone. And it's because these aren't actuals, these are budgeted. revenues and expenditures. So fiscal year 21-22 is still not complete, and fiscal year 22-23 is programmed. But again, if you hover over them, it'll show you what the budgeted revenues and budgeted expenditures are. And then this is just the image that I showed you earlier, the revenues by fund. And one of the things that I really like about this, and when we were reviewing it, Tiffany and Kalina loved me for this, because I would say, well, I don't really like that chart. I want it to look like this. So if a person in the public or a citizen that's looking at this doesn't like pie charts and they prefer to see it this way because it gives them better information, they can do that. And again, in this one, you can preview it. So it's a separate document, and you can download the chart if you would like to keep it. And that goes for all of them. So there's different ways of showing the charts, downloading them, and then you have your table down here, which gives you a little bit more information on revenue sources and whatnot. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to look at general fund. And general fund, where you see that little caret on the side, that's because there's an additional drop down within it. So if you hit there, it'll show you that Measure U is part of general fund, but has its own information page. So you can click there and it gives you kind of how Measure U came to be, and then summary. And again, in this situation, you only see fiscal year 21-22 and 22-23. Because in 21-22, we created a sub fund so that we can manage it, but it rolls up into the general fund. So we don't have on this page a chart that goes back to 2016-17 when Measure U first started collecting revenues. But again, a document that we can create just as a static document to add there for historical purposes, if anybody would like to see that. And this is just revenues. These all look the same because it's only one funding source, which is Measure U. And you have your history of your the 2 years of revenues, and then your expenditures. Also, this gives you a different breakdown. So you can look at salaries and benefits versus internal service charges, capital outlay, anything like that. Then you also have it as a chart. And again, if you hover over them, you see all the amounts up here. So you could do that. I'm going to just click on general fund. So if you just click on where it says general fund and not that little caret, it'll show you the entire general fund as a whole. And again, 4 years of historical data and 2 years of the budgeted data. And same thing, revenues by fund. So in this case, you have general fund, you have Measure U, you have community development, and then the general administration fund. And the reason it breaks down like this is because our general fund truly is broken up into 4 separate funds. They just legally have to all be rolled into one for any financial statement purposes. But we maintain all of our administrative departments, such as finance, human resources, the city manager's office, city clerk, and so on, in the general administration fund. Community development is composed of planning, building, engineering, and code compliance. Then we have our Measure U, which is that new sub fund that we created. And then our general fund, which is where sales tax, property tax, TOT, anything like that is deposited into. Again, this shows you a little bit more of a breakdown. What percentage of that pie is taxes versus charges for services, licenses and permits, anything like that. And at some point in this, we have all of the can one of you ladies help me figure out where all of the revenues are? It's in the funding sources. Thank you. And this is why they're the experts and I'm not. So under funding sources, this is where you see that full $111 million. That's citywide, all funds. And if you scroll down, you'll be able to look at all of the various components of our revenues. So for general fund, what is taxes, what are licenses and permits, and so on. And you can just keep scrolling. It'll take you through every single fund that the city has, all the development impact funds, all of the service fund, or the special revenue funds, our internal service funds, all of them. Then you can go to departments and look at each department individually. So this is the city council's budget, and there is our mayor. And this shows you an expenditure summary and what the difference from last year is, what actuals were over the last 4 years, and then the 2 years of budgets for current and next year. Same thing, council's funded 100% by the general fund. And this gives you a little bit more detail on what makes up your expenditure budget for council, whether it's training, supplies, salaries, anything like that. And so this is available for every single department. Where you see the little caret again, click on it, and I'm going to click on police, and it'll show all of police's programs. So you can look at each of their programs and see, and see what makes up that program. So community services gives you a little bit of information on it, what it's about, what the total expenditures are, what the funding sources are. So Measure U and general fund. And then the line item descriptions and totals for each of those. So you can do that with all of them. I would encourage you to look at this and ask any questions and tell us if you want to see something different. The last thing I want to show you, which I think is a neat feature, this says print. So when I click here, it takes me to an area where I'm going to put my email address and I'm going to tell it what I want, and it's going to create. So if I want everything, you just hit select all. It creates a PDF document and then it'll email it to you. And so if I can go back to my presentation here and click on this one, because this is the document that's already created. And the PDF version is on the finance page of the city's website, as well as the link for the digital book. But this creates a book, a PDF book. You know, there are people that still like paper that want to make notes or whatever. This is a great way to do that. So it gives you, and we're still in the works. We really want to change this page so that the page you'll see in a minute is our main page, but it builds the table of contents by itself. We don't have to look at what page it is and put it all in. And it's been so helpful for us in creating the document and making sure that everything is where it's supposed to be, and making sure that we are checking off every box so that the public gets the information that they need, that if we are going for that award, that we have everything that we need in there. This is what we want on that front page, but we're still working on that. So hopefully we can do that. But you can scroll through and it just takes you through the entire document. It's 426 pages. We didn't want to print any because we're trying to be more efficient. And we know it's still a work in progress. There are still some changes that we would like to make to it. But we're very excited. We think you will be happy with it, that you will like these new features. And perhaps in coming years, we can take on a couple more of their modules. They do have a module for CIP. And I think that would be a great way to tie the two together and have that document built in the same manner and accessible to the public, just like this is. So next steps, we would like to receive some feedback on everything you heard tonight. And then once we have that feedback, staff can work with the city manager or acting city manager to finalize the budget document for council consideration. We are hoping to bring that forward to you on June 14th. But if there are several changes, it may need to wait until the next meeting, but you'll still get a new update. So any changes that we make between now and then, you will get a new update at that time. And with that, I am open to any questions.
If I could add a couple words, first of all, thank you, Lorena, and special thanks to you and your team, Kalina and Tiffany, great job. I mean, I've been looking at budget books for years. This is so interactive, easy to use. I mean, I actually love it. I was playing around with it. Hopefully you understand it. This is something for you to give feedback, and changes we can make can be done. I know there's something with actuals, which because it's a program budget, we're only showing those 2 years, but we can add that in there. So those are there from past years, which I know that'll make it even easier for you to look back and say, hey, okay, what happened in 2018, 19, 20 fiscal years. So, but the good thing is getting that feedback. I already have some text, and I know that I need some things we could change, and they're minor, but those that you think will be helpful to not only you as well as the community, those can be changed. But this is, I mean, from my perspective, and I'm sure from the other department heads, this is pretty amazing. It's user friendly. I like it, and I hope you like it.
Yeah. It's exciting. I like stuff like this because it's updating us. I mean, for a long time, been trying to figure out what have y'all been doing. Seriously, because trying to.
We were checking what page belonged on the table of contents in what order.
And just getting information about budget and how things are working. So I love how you can see like where all the revenues come from and how it's easy to look at, just like our strategic plan and how you can go on there. So will it be updated like once a month, like the strategic plan?
I'm going to aim for that, but I don't want to make any promises without Erica, who is the one that manages our Invisio, which is where you see the updates. I think this is a quick and easy way to look at those updates. But I will make every attempt to convince her to update that.
Are the updates entered by our city employees or by ClearGov?
Updates to this document?
Yes.
So we make changes. So any changes that we make tonight, or as a result of tonight's conversation, I believe, and they can correct me because again, they're the experts, that they're submitted to ClearGov and then they put them in. Okay. Truly, thinking about the strategic plan and updating it, my initial thought is that if we're updating a document like the adopted budget, that if we change it in 3 months, that's not going to tell us what it was the day it was adopted. And I think for that reason, it would be better to go to Invisio to look at the updates to the strategic plan. That's just my thought on it, because, in 2 years and 3 years, they may say, well, staff only got this amount of things done at the start of the year, before the start of the year. And if you're constantly updating it, you can't really see the progress from the initial. budget document to at the end of the year or next year when we come back with the 23-24 budget. Oh,
Now we find.
Good
Yes.
evening. The difference is that the budget is a document that's going to be adopted and set in place. And so that's not going to be augmented and changed other than through budget adjustments. But they also offer the transparency page, which is what we subscribe to, which will be, we upload the data and that gets updated and we can do it like once a month. So like all of our check runs that are issued, we would upload that data and then they would push it up to our transparency page.
we do that.
I don't see why not.
That's on our list.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Just exciting, and that has a wow factor that
It really
we
does.
absolutely need. And so much nicer than having that thick book and trying to go like this through the whole thing.
I have a whole stack of them.
Yeah, I do too. Now I can clean out my office. Yeah, this is good. So the transparency page is more or less a monthly financial report. Okay,
It can be used that way.
will be easier than what we have to look at now.
Yes, and the warrant registers could be on there and all that kind of stuff.
Fantastic. Is it possible to make one of the columns like the, you gave us the revenue and expenditure report tonight? And, and you have our actuals to date. So every year when we do our budget, we don't always have the actuals to date or even projections for what you think we're gonna do. And we make our budget based on budgeted numbers, right? And so I made a spreadsheet myself of the actuals versus the budgeted over the last 5 years. And we've actually, using the budgeted method, I don't feel that we are being as honest with the public because we were off $30 million. That's how much we made over the last 5 years, going off just the budgeted numbers instead of actual. So if it's possible to have the, you know, an actual or what you can project, because if you know, like this bill's coming or we're going to be buying this, so that we can compare the actuals.
I know several years ago you asked about having projected year-end numbers. We can add another column, right, ladies? Can we add another column? Okay, but we can't have but a column with budget and then a column with year-to-date or projected year-end numbers and then the 22-23. We will ask.
Any other questions or comments?
If some comes up later, please let me know, and that's something we could definitely look into.
And if you have any questions or feedback on the one-time use of fund balance that that we're proposing, or any of the items that the departments brought forward, please let us know as soon as possible so we can make any adjustments that we need to.
Thank you, Lorena.
Thank you.
And thank you to all of your staff for all of their hard work.
Pretty amazing.
Start with you, Councilmember Brown.
Yeah,
Nine.
Mayor, I received an email this evening from our Cal Cities representative, Aaron Sass, asking, it's basically action alerts on some Assembly and Senate bills that are coming up for a vote in the next few days. And they're urging the cities to take a look at these and support or oppose some of these bills. So I would, the bills are AB 1944, which is open and public meetings. SB 932, which is bicycle and pedestrian plans and traffic calming. And SB 1186, medicinal cannabis patients. I don't have the full title on that just yet, but like I said, this email just came in this evening, and they're asking that cities submit a position either in support or opposition. So I would like to make a motion that we entertain this as a urgency item.
Are they giving recommendations on
Yes.
support or oppose?
Yes.
Okay. Oh,
And I can go through them pretty quickly and what the
But-
rationale is.
But I think we would need to add it to the agenda.
Add it, yeah, make
to
a
have
motion
that
to add
discussion.
this to the agenda.
okay, motion.
Yes.
I'll second that.
When are they gonna vote on it?
There's one like AB 1944 is going to be heard on the assembly floor no later than May 26th. And SB 932 will be heard on the Senate floor no later than May 27th. And SB 1186 has cleared the Senate Policy Committee and will now be heard on the Senate floor this week.
Yes, so for what it's worth, no one's asked me for a legal opinion, but that's what you pay me for. I believe that because these items are being debated in the Senate and Assembly this week, this item came to the attention of the city after the posting of the agenda, the need to take action. If you want to give a support or opposition letter, in order for it to be considered, you need to act before the next regularly scheduled council meeting, which is in 3 weeks. So I believe there's adequate legal justification to add this item to the agenda today for immediate consideration. And like the council member said, we do have proposed, support, oppose, and they honestly, they make a lot of sense based on
Yes.
how the council's commented on other similar issues.
We should vote. You're gonna go over the details with this?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
Council, please cast your vote to add the proposed item. And that's a motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Krupa. Councilmember Mills. That motion passes 5-0 to add this item to the agenda.
Yeah, thank you, council. I just think that, not to leave you in suspense, I'll just go through these. She's got, some bullet points here. So, AB 1944 is local government and open public meetings. They're asking that we support that. And basically what it specifically does, it would allow members of local legislative bodies to virtually attend public meetings without making the public, making public the address of that location when certain requirements are met. It would require legislative bodies that choose to opt in to AB 1944 to make a live stream of the meeting available to the public and allow for virtual public participation. They are urging the aye vote on that to modernize the Brown Act. And we've learned that during the pandemic, remote participation is effective and transparent and actually encourages participation from a broader portion of the public. And it finds the right balance between expanding public access to local government and addressing health and safety concerns. And an option to conduct city business remotely without unnecessary concerns about the safety of elected officials is essential, and will encourage public community engagement. So that's the justification on why they want us to support that. SB 932 action alert is general plan circulation element, bicycle and pedestrian plans, and traffic calming. They're recommending that we oppose that unless amended. What that bill specifically would do, excuse me, it would require cities to adopt significant bicycle, pedestrian, and traffic calming elements when they develop and revise their general plans on or after June 30, 2024. It would create a new legal liability for local governments between January 2024 and January 2028 if a local government fails to implement those plans. So we asked, the talking points is they're asking that we oppose unless amended and uphold local government decision-making and community involvement in the housing, planning, and approval process. SB 932 ignores the multimodal projects and improvements to local streets and roads that cities have already made. And it would be costly for cities, as it would create unfunded mandates for expensive improvements to local transportation infrastructure without providing a funding implementation. And it would also expose many cities to new legal liabilities as a result in the significant litigation cost to defend. And it fails to consider local funding constraints and needs, instead taking a top-down approach that dictates where improvements are required. So I think that's consistent with our preference for local decision-making and not have Sacramento dictating. The last one is SB 1186, which is the Wiener Bill, Medicinal Cannabis Patients' Right of Access Act. And the recommendation is that we oppose that. What it specifically would do is undermine the intent of, what is it, acronym?
Maruxa.
Makursa, MAUCRSA. But basically, it would eliminate the local jurisdiction's ability to prohibit medical cannabis retail activities regardless of the needs or conditions in the jurisdiction. It would restrict the ability for the number of jurisdictions that permit and regulate cannabis retailers to set appropriate local regulations, which are developed in a public process. And they're asking that we oppose SB 1186 because it would undermine the framework carefully negotiated between legislators and local government to ensure counties and cities can set regulatory standards. It would require every jurisdiction to prepare regulatory ordinances in anticipation of retail delivery applicants, and the initial cost jurisdictions may never be fully recouped. So,
Councilmember Brown?
yes.
Is that the one where they're trying to take our ability to get taxes from them?
Part of it.
Yeah, I think that would be part of it. I don't have the full proposed bill. And then there's Cal City's state budget priorities, and they're asking that we support that. Cal Cities is requesting in the state budget $500 million for the creation of housing and economic development program, $933.5 million for local governments for costs owed for state mandated programs, and $180 million for organic waste recycling. The basic talking points on that is it would help provide funding to reimburse cities for state mandated programs that they don't provide funding. So these, the myriad of unfunded mandates that come down from Sacramento. And it would urge the governor and lawmakers to allocate $500 million to create a state local partnership to help finance housing projects, inclusive incentivized development and kickstart real progress towards housing. And then the one that is uppermost in everybody's mind is the organic waste recycling. It provides $180 million. This funding would help local governments implement collection, education, outreach, edible food recovery, procurement activities, and capacity planning. Yes, there's another one. AB 2011, a WICS bill, Affordable Housing and High Road Jobs Act of 2022. Recommendation is to oppose that. That action may be heard on the assembly floor no later than May 27th. And what that bill, it disregards state mandated local planning efforts and forces cities to allow certain affordable housing and mixed use housing developments in zones where office, retail, or parking are principally permitted use regardless of any inconsistency with the local government, general plan, or zoning ordinances. So that's just one of several bullet points. And again, it's the same genre of the state dictating to local jurisdictions how we are going to do things in our jurisdiction. So that's why Cal Cities is asking that we oppose that. And that was the last one. So I apologize for being so brief on that, but like I said, I just saw this email that came in during our meeting. And so
sneak stuff by.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe I would just try to float a motion that we follow the recommendations of Cal Cities on each of these and direct staff to, they have sample letters already in this email, so we would just direct staff to submit a letter consistent with the Cal Cities recommendations on each of these bills.
I will second that because all of them are trying to take away local control, every one of them.
I have a motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Krupa. Council, please cast your votes. And that motion passes 5-0 to direct staff to prepare letters of support for the proposed bills set by California cities.
To prepare support and opposition letters.
Yes, there's only one support,
support.
and
Yeah,
Some of
there's-
those were opposition.
And I could outline those because I wrote down direct staff to prepare a letter of support for AB 1944, to direct staff to prepare a letter to oppose SB 932, to direct staff to prepare a letter to oppose SB 1186, to direct staff to prepare a letter of support for the proposed and California City State budget. And then finally to direct staff to prepare a letter to oppose AB 211. Is that correct? That number?
There
20
was
2011, excuse me.
SB 932 is oppose unless amended. That was the Cal Cities recommended. The rest are oppose, or the rest are correct.
it is a AB 2011 is an oppose.
Correct. Oppose 2011.
Forward the email to him.
Yeah.
So, yes, even-
They're also saying that the SB 1186 Wiener bill has cleared the Senate committee, policy committee and they want you to call your senator. No letters. It's too late for letters. They just want you to make calls to oppose it. So
So you got I forwarded the email to
Yeah,
you.
I provided to the acting city manager and the city clerk.
Okay. Thank you, council. I know that put us past 10 o'clock, but I thought we, so I'll dispense with any council reports in the interest of time, since I took so much time on that.
Second.
Second, no reports. Fourth, fifth.
I'll give our city manager a chance to have anything you want to report?
I certainly, last Thursday, on behalf of the city manager's office, I was, had the opportunity to go speak at the Southwest, County, Association of Rivers, actually very educational for me. We brought up some good things that are occurring in the city, bike path, the skate park. They're very enthused about that. The C-Click fix, a lot of things that we're doing in the city that's going to bring more residents in our city and commercial businesses. So that was exciting and educational for me. Other than that, I attended the memorial recognition. Really good event. Our explorers ran in the memorial run, and then we had our honor guard actually do the folding of the flag for the fallen officers of Riverside County. So it was exciting, but that's all I have. Thank you.
Right. Anyone want to add anything to future agenda items? Okay. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned until the next meeting, June 14th.